Hello, hello. Okay. This is what we're going to be making. We're making two parts. We'll have a separate bubble for the transparent colored part and a separate bubble for the clear bubbly part. Then we're going to join them together. So these folks that are working, these are our Museum of glass blowers. They're our resident team of glass blowers. They're super skilled. Um, Sarah is leading our team today, has 25 years of glass blowing. Over on the right, far right, um, we have a little workshop for our visitors to try glass blowing. We do it by appointment. If you're interested, you can approach down. Sold out. Yeah, they often are. Are you guys local? Oh, okay. Yeah, I was gonna say, probably set up appointment for that. There is another glass studio just about a quarter of a mile down the street here, and they also use it's called Dakota glass blowing. My mechanic calls it. So, do you guys have any questions to start off? So let me just give you a little quick introduction. Could we put up the glass furnace diagram? So everything that we do starts out in our glass furnaces. The glass furnaces are the machines where you see the doors closed. If you look up on the big screen, you'll see a diagram. That's what the furnaces look like inside. So inside each of the furnaces is a big ceramic pot. In that ceramic pot is 1,000 pounds of melted glass. We keep the melted glass at 2,100 degrees Fahrenheit. 2,100 degrees is about as hot as the hottest volcano. At that temperature, the melted glass has the consistency of honey. So if you can imagine a giant crock pot full of honey, that's what our furnace is like. When we want to get the glass out to make stuff, we take one of those steel pipes that everyone has and we dip it into the melted glass like you dip it into a big jar of honey. We dip it in, twirl it around. A little bit of glass sticks to the end of the pipe. Pipe is hollow, so when you blow, glass blows up like a balloon. Once you get the glass out of the furnace, it only stays soft for a little while. So we do whatever shaping or blowing we can while it's hot and soft. And when it starts to cool and stiffen, we go to the second type of furnace, and those are called glory holes. Those are the round guys with the doors open. Those have no glass in them. Those are just a hot chamber for heating and softening the glass while we're working. So over on the left, that's Ben Cobb. He's blowing the bubble for the colored part. On the center, it's Sarah. She's blowing the bubble for the clear part. You know, probably your best bet will be seating down at the other end of this row. Most of the action will be here with Sarah. So you don't want to be right behind you. You want to be a little bit at an angle so you can see her hands working. And we, So now Sarah is shaping the glass using a tool called the block. The tool is made out of wood. It's stored in a bucket of water. As long as the wood is wet, the tool doesn't burn, and it doesn't leave any marks as she shapes the glass. You'll notice that one of the glass blowers is seated to the left of the workbench. That's Nick. So Nick's the person who'll be blowing as Sarah shapes the glass. So right now, Sarah is going to give the bubble a squeeze, and we're going to cut off that little knob at the end, and we're going to attach the colored bubble to that opening. Over on the far left, Ben is preparing the colored bubble. Sarah in the center has the bubbly bubble. So the glass is a little bit too hot. It's still a little soft and gooey. So we're going to try to cool that down so we can break that little knob off. So Sarah's taking a tool called the jacks and widening the opening where we just busted it off that knob. All glass looks orangey when it's hot. That's the glow from the heat, not the color of the glass. Can we put up the Encalmo drawing? So if you look up on the big screen, we're going to take these two bubbles, make the two openings the same size, heat up the edges so they're soft and sticky, and press them together. That's called incalmo, I-N-C-A-L-M-O, and it means to graft in the Venetian dialect, like grafting in plants. So next thing, Ben, over on the far left, is going to come over with his colored bubble. I believe the color is fuchsia. Fun name to say. We press the two together, they stick to each other. And when they feel that we have a good solid seal between the two bubbles, we'll break the glass away from Ben's pipe. So now we have our two-tone bubble. Now we can start to blow it up to its full size and shape.
Priest runs through the chapel, the calendars are turning. A Jesus freak on the street says he is returning. Well, sometimes.
So Nick is seated to the left. He's blowing and inflating the bubble as Sarah, sitting at the workbench, shapes it. The gray pad in Sarah's hand that she's shaping the glass with is just folded up ordinary newspaper soaked in water. And just. Nope. Can we put up the newspaper photo? So just regular newspaper, folded up a bunch of times, and the one on the bottom is a brand new one. The one on top has been used for a little while. We have two ways in which we heat up the glass. Sometimes we heat it up in the big round oven, the glory hole. Sometimes we heat it up with torches. When we heat it up with a torch, we can focus the heat in a particular place. When we heat it up in the big round oven, the glory hole, it's more general. So now Sarah is going to give that bubble a squeeze. The tool in her hand is called the jacks, and she's making a kind of a sharp notch in the glass. That's the place where we're going to be able to break it away from the metal pipe. Later on in the process, we'll just drip a little water into that notch. The water will crack the glass right there, and a little tap on the pipe will release it.
Trees will burn, blackened hair. Nowhere to rest, but nowhere to land. And we know who you are, and we know where you live, and we know there's no need to forgive. And we know who you are, and we know where you live, and we know there's no need to forgive. And we know who you are, and we know where you live, and we know there's no need to forgive. Good information.
He's shielding Sarah's hand from the heat. The heat that comes off the glass is radiant heat, like an outdoor heater. It heats the first thing it strikes. So if you put the paddle between the arm and the glass, the paddle gets hot and the arm doesn't.
process to make the glass like with bubbles like this, and then something that would be like perfectly clear.
Okay. Can we put up the pineapple mold? Okay, so in order to get the bubbles, we use a mold called the pineapple mold because it looks like a pineapple turned inside out. And so when we blow the bubble into that mold, it has the little spikes. The little spikes make little dents in the bubble. We let that harden a bit, and then when we dip it in the molten glass again, each of those little dents traps some air and becomes one bubble in the pattern. It's a pretty standard glass technique that goes back till early 1800s. If you just came in, we have our Museum of Glass Hot Shop team working today at the center workbench. They're a resident team of glass blowers, and they're making the vases that you see on the pedestals. Hi. How are you guys? Good. How are you? Okay. You guys have any questions?
I'm just enjoying it, soaking it all in.
Thank you.
So we have sort of two things going on today. At the center and far left workbenches, we'll be making these vases that you see here on the pedestal. And the folks that are working are our Museum of Glass Hot Shop team. On the right, we have our hands-on workshop where our visitors get to try glass blowing. We do it by appointment. The young artists from the Hilltop Artist Program in the Tacoma Public Schools, where they're learning glass blowing, are walking our visitors through making some simple objects. We do it by appointment. Unfortunately, today we're all full up, but you can make appointments for the future at the front ticket desk. Next thing we're going to do at the center workbench is you're going to transfer the glass from the rod it's on now, the blowpipe, to a second steel rod called the punty. This second steel rod will hold the vase from the bottom while we shape the top. Nick, in the khaki shorts, is preparing the punty, the second steel rod. He's taking it over to our pipe cooler and just sprayed water on the metal pipe, cool it off and make sure it's easy to hold. So now Nick will heat the tip up, and he'll bring it to Sarah, and Sarah will attach it to the bottom of the vase. When she feels that it's stiff enough to bear the weight, she'll break the glass away from the original pipe. She'll take her tweezers, dip them in water, drip a little water where she wants the glass to break, give the pipe a tap, and off it'll come. So there's the water. There's the tap. And so now the vase is held from the bottom. The top can now be heated in shape. The next thing we're going to do is add a little decorative stripe to the top of the vase. This is called a lip wrap, Lipwrap. Over on the far left, Ben in the gray shirt is preparing the glass for the lip wrap. We buy our colored glass. We don't make it. Buy it in solid bars. You can buy it in little chips. You can buy it in powders. And so for this, with these lip wraps, we're going to use the little chips of colored glass. And we take clear from the furnace, roll in the little chips, put it in the fire. The little chips melt and form a candy coating of color. And that's how we colored that. For the transparent bubble on the bottom, we use a color bar We see solid bars of color. And here we go. We're doing the lip wrap now. Just wind on a stripe around the opening while it's small. And then when we spread it out, it'll look nice and crisp and even. The color in glass excuse me, comes mostly from metals dissolved in the glass when you first cook it up from scratch. Cobalt makes glass blue, chromium makes it green, tin makes it white, a little bit of gold makes it a beautiful ruby red. It's not always the color that you would expect. It's a little more complicated than paint. Paint, you use blue pigment to make blue. Glass, there's chemical reactions. So it's not always the color of the metal that you're cooking it in. So we buy our colored glass from 2 companies in Germany. Could we put up the color bar photo? So we buy it in this form, we call it color bar, and they have close to 200 different colors. The way we apply it, we have a little video. It's called color overlay. Can we play the color overlay video?
The color in glass comes from adding various materials to the mixture of raw ingredients called batch. Most of the colorants are compounds containing some kind of metal. For example, adding cobalt to clear glass creates a deep blue. Tin and antimony can be used to create white glass, and gold chloride can produce a rich red or pink colored glass. Colored glass is melted in furnaces, just like clear glass, and then is usually rolled into bars for storage and easy application. In order to apply color bar to a bubble, we first need to preheat the color to approximately 950 or 1000 degrees Fahrenheit in a color oven or garage. Once warm, the color is then picked up on the end of a punty rod using a little bit of clear glass as a support. The color is then heated in the 2300 degree glory hole to soften it and make it malleable, while another artist creates a small bubble of clear glass on a blowpipe. Once warm, the color is dropped over the clear bubble, and then using a variety of hand tools or the steel marver, the color is rolled back over the clear in an even layer. This process is called dropping color, or creating a color overlay. Depending on the project, that bubble is then usually gathered over with clear glass and blown into the final form. The finished product may appear to be all made from colored glass, but when viewed in cross-section, we can see that there is only a thin layer of color sandwiched between many layers of clear glass.
The reason that we use this method is so that we can have any color we want, anytime we want. If we were to fill the furnace with blue glass, we could only make blue things. If we code each piece individually, we can have any color at any time. Looks like we're getting pretty close to being done. Everything that we make here has to be cooled slowly or it'll break. The slow cooling process is called annealing. The oven in which it takes place is called the annealer. We keep the annealer at a constant temperature all day long. We place all the objects that we make during the day in there, and then at night, the oven has a little computerized thermostat that slowly turns the temperature down to room temperature overnight. The thicker something is, the longer we take to cool it. If you look to the right, you'll see one of the glass blowers putting on some protective clothing. He's going to carry the finished vase to our annealing oven. The gloves that he's wearing are made out of Kevlar. Kevlar is a insulating, fire-resistant material. When he grabs that vase, it'll be about 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. At that temperature, the glass will be hard. And we'll take it to our annealing oven. We're going to take a torch and melt the little spot where we broke it off so it's not sharp. And they take it to the annealer where we'll cool it down very slowly overnight. So let's have a hand for the Museum of Glass Hot Shop team. Ben Cobb, Sarah Gilbert, and Nick Davis.
So, inside, what is it? Is it isolated? Where you keep putting right now?
It's an oven,
Oven.
an electric oven. Lower temperature. Lower temperature. Well, it's 890 degrees Fahrenheit,
Okay.
which I'm guessing is probably about, I don't know, 550 Celsius or something.
And then from there, what
Yes.
happened after that? They
We're,
take it
we're
out?
gonna, we keep that oven at a constant temperature all day long. Place everything that we make during the day in there, and then it has a little computerized thermostat that slowly turns the temperature down to room temperature overnight.
Overnight. Okay. So it's 24 hours plus.
Well, 16 hours.
16 hours.
Sort of.
But slowly it has
Yeah.
to be ramped up.
If we just made these things and put them on the table and walked away, it would cool too quickly and unevenly, and it would break.
It will collapse, right? It will crack.
Break.
Yeah.
The slow cooling process is called annealing.
Otherwise the crystals form.
What?
They sudden change crystals form. Crystal, glass crystal, right?
No, no crystals.
No crystal, yeah.
That's what makes it glass.
Yeah.
If it has crystals, it wouldn't be glass
Will
anymore.
be, yeah.
No, it's just
Annealing is, yeah.
it's just a glass has a lot of is very dense and it holds heat. And so the outside of the glass cools quickly and the inside stays hot. And so as the outside cools, it starts to contract and it pulls on the inside, and it pulls on the inside with enough force that can actually crack the glass. So what we want to do with that is we want to hold it at a constant temperature till it's the same temperature inside and out, and then slowly turn the temperature down so that we don't create a new differential between the interior and the exterior.
The yellow color, does it have cadmium? For the yellow, do you use cadmium?
Here you cannot drink in anything other than glass.
You can drink whatever you want.
No,
No.
Because of my
Can't have a metal stuff.
Well, we like glass here, so
Right.
we're partial.
So can you recycle the glasses that you break? Like, let's say
We can recycle our clear waste. We don't have a good way of recycling our colored waste because the big furnaces where we melt the glass, they're all clear glass. So we can throw pieces of clear glass back in there, but we can't throw little pieces of red or blue or green because that'll muck it up. You just came in. We have two projects going today. Over on the right side of the studio, we have our hands-on workshop where we're letting our visitors try glass blowing. Some young artists from the Hilltop Artists Program in the Tacoma Public Schools are guiding our visitors through trying making a simple object. We do it by appointment. It's a lot of fun. We're all full up today, but you can make appointments for the future at our ticket desk. In the center, we have our Museum of Glass Hot Shop team, and they're making the vases that you see on the pedestals. We're making them in two parts. We make one bubble that's clear and has a pattern of bubbles in it, and then one of a transparent color. We'll join the two bubbles together and then shape the vase. Sarah Gilbert, sitting at the center workbench, is leading our team today. Sarah is an excellent glass blower. She's been blowing glass for approximately 25 years. And she's also a very fine cameo engraver. So the bubble that Sarah's making at the center is going to be the clear section at the top. The bubble that they're making on the far left bench will be the base. Sarah is letting her bubble cool, stiffen. We're going to dip it in a solution of baking soda and water. The water evaporates, it leaves a coating of baking soda on the surface. And when we immerse it in the molten glass, it makes the glass bubbly. Glass that Sarah is working with is clear glass. It has no color. The orange color that you're seeing while we're working is the glow from the heat, not the color of the glass. So I see the same orange that you do, but I know that's going to disappear once the glass cools off. Sarah's taken her pipe over to the pipe cooler. We lay the steel pipe in that trough. We spray water on the metal pipe. That cools it down and makes it easier to hold. Sarah is shaping a glass using a tool called the block. It's a scoop-shaped tool made out of wood. It's kept wet. As long as the wood is wet, the tool doesn't burn and doesn't leave any marks as she shapes the glass. Now we have all the glass we need. We have our bubbly pattern. Now it's time to start to blow it up. As you can see with the vases on the pedestals, they're made out of two sections. The bottom section is what's being made on the bench on the left. The top section is what Sarah's making in the center. And we're going to join those two sections together. Can we put up the Encalmo drawing? So we want to have a two-tone bubble. We open the ends of the two bubbles to the same diameter. Heat up the edges so they're soft and sticky, and then we press the two bubbles together, and they're joined.
Stock exchange.
So in the center, Sarah is going to open up the end of that bubble. We're doing the same thing over on the left. We're going to join the two bubbles together to make this two-tone vase.
We had 3 on them, right? 1, 2, 3.
So in the center, Sarah's widening the opening with the tool called the jacks. Her assistant is holding a wooden paddle in front of her arm to shield her from the heat. Over on the workbench on the far left, Ben Cobb is doing the same kind of thing to a bubble which is colored, and then we're going to join the two bubbles together. Can we put up the Encalmo drawing again? Can we put up the Encalmo drawing again? So we're making two bubbles of different colors. We're going to join them together to make these two-tone vases. The colored bubble is being made on the bench on the left. The kind of clear, bubbly bubble is being made at the center bench. Hi, how are you guys?
Good. How are you?
You guys have any questions?
Not yet.
Fair. So now Ben in the gray shirt is coming over with the bottom half of our bubble. We're going to stick the two bubbles together. Make sure that we have a nice seal between the two of them. And we'll break the glass away from Ben's pipe. A little water and a tap. There it goes. So now we have our two-tone bubble, and we can make it into our phase shape. Does anybody have any questions? Experience? Experience? You'll notice that one of the glass blowers is seated to the left. He's the person that's blowing. He's blowing through that steel tube, the blowpipe, and inflating the glass while Sarah, sitting at the bench, shapes it. Sarah is the woman in the black t-shirt at the center of the workshop. Sarah Gilbert. Now she's going to shape her bubble on that steel table. The steel table is called the Marver, M-A-R-V-E-R. The round oven where Sarah's heating up the glass is called the glory hole. There's no glass in there. It's just a hot chamber for heating and softening the glass while we're working. So now seated to the left is Nick, and he's blowing as Sarah shapes the glass using a pad of wet newspaper. Just everyday ordinary newspaper soaked in water. Does anybody have any questions? We're making a vase like the ones on the pedestal. Not going to cut it. They're going to stick another pole on the bottom, and they'll break it off that pipe, and then there'll be a little hole. We'll make it, spread it out, and make it a big hole. So Sarah's squeezing the glass with a tool called the jacks, and making a sharp crease in it. That crease is the place where we'll be able to break the glass away from the metal pipe once we're done shaping. Sarah squeezes the glass with the jacks. Her assistant holds a wooden paddle in front of her arm to shield her from the heat. You guys have any questions? You guys know about our contest for kids? Kind of. So Nick, seated to the left, is blowing as Sarah shapes the glass using a pad of wet newspaper.
No, I've got friends that are glass blowers. I know some of this stuff already, but I've never done it myself, so it's always a treat to watch.
I kept on waving my arms till I could not see under 15 feet of pure white snow. Is there anybody out there, please? It's too quiet in here and I'm beginning to freeze. I got icicles hanging from my knees under 15 feet of pure white snow.
As Sarah shapes the glass, Sarah sitting at the workbench. Ben is holding a wooden paddle in front of her hand to shield her from the heat. When we heat up the glass with a torch, like we're doing now, we can focus the heat in a particular place. we can make just one part of the glass hot and soft without disturbing the rest of the shape. So in this case, we want to shape the very bottom of the bubble. So we hit it with the torch, that softens it, and it doesn't disturb the rest of the shape. If we want to shape the glass and have a little bit of back pressure with the air, we can do what's called capping. We just close up the end of the pipe with our thumb, and the heat expands the air and provides a little bit of pressure so that when we press on the glass, the shape doesn't collapse. It stays kind of inflated. Does anybody have any questions? Do you guys have any questions on here? There's two kinds of ovens. There's the glory holes, the round ovens with the doors open. Those are 2,300 degrees Fahrenheit. The glass furnaces, the ones with the doors closed, those are 2,100. Do you need the Celsius numbers? The next thing we're going to do is transfer this bubble from the rod it's on now, the blowpipe, to a second steel rod called the punty. The second steel rod will hold it from the bottom while we shape the top. Nick, to the right of center, is preparing the punty. He's coated the end of that steel rod with a little bit of molten glass. The glass will make that sticky, and he'll bring it to Sarah. Sarah will attach it to the bottom. Sarah's going to scratch a little circle to show her where the center is. She'll grab the punty and stick it on right in the middle. When she feels that's properly attached, she'll take her tweezers, dip them in water. She'll drip a little water where she wants the glass to break and give the pipe a tap, and off it'll come. So here's the water. Here's the tap, and off it comes. So now the vase is held from the bottom. The top is exposed. The top can now be heated and shaped. You guys have any questions? So the next part of this process is we're going to add a little decorative stripe around the opening. The opening, this is called a lip wrap, Lipwrap. Over on the left, Ben in the gray shirt is preparing the glass for the lip wrap. Sarah is going to open the top of that bubble just a little bit, clean it up, make it nice and round. And then we're going to add this little stripe. We'll add it when the opening is small, and then it'll look really nice and neat when we spread it out. This little stripe, this lip wrap, is a very typical Venetian style decoration. You'll see it on a lot of Venetian glass. So here comes Ben with the glass for the lip wrap. He brings it to Sarah, and Sarah winds on a little decorative stripe. You guys have any questions? You know about our contest for kids? Yes, any kid 12 or younger can do a drawing once a month, pick one of the drawings, and we make whatever the kid drew out of glass. We make 2 copies, one for the kid to keep and one for the museum collection. It doesn't cost anything to enter. There's a table out in the lobby with drawing materials and entry forms. You just go there, do the drawing, drop it in the box, pick your drawing, call you up, bring the whole family down, and we'll We have a big exhibit across the hall of winners of the contest over the years. So you can see what a bunch of kids have done before.
So all those in the kids zone, I thought they were made by kids, but those are all drawings.
The drawings are kids. The drawings are done by kids. They're made by our team of glassblowers. You have to be, you need a little practice to make things like that out of glass. We tried very hard to maintain the character of the kid's drawing, not to clean it up too much and make it look like something a grown-up would do. So that's why it has that kid-like look.
Yeah, that's cool. That's really cool. Yeah, we're definitely gonna go do that. We're gonna try to you guys gotta draw something.
We're making the vases that you see here on the pedestal. Getting pretty close to being done. Everything that we make here has to be cooled slowly or it'll break. So once we've got the shape just the way Sarah wants it, we'll take it off the metal rod, we'll place it in the annealing oven where it'll be cooled slowly overnight. We have 4 annealing ovens, the 2 big black ovens at opposite ends of the studio and the 2 silver horizontal ones. And I think the one we're using today is this one right here. Which process? Well, it takes about a half an hour of blowing to make it, and then it's got to cool overnight for about 16 hours. We're getting ready to take it off the metal rod. You'll see one of the glass blowers has put on some protective clothing. The yellow gloves that he's wearing are made out of Kevlar. Kevlar is a fire-resistant insulating material. Sarah dips her tweezers in water, drips a little water on the joint between the metal rod and the vase itself. The water will crack that joint, and a little tap will release it. We'll take a torch, and we'll melt the spot we broke it off so it's not sharp. And we're going to stamp it with the Museum of Glass logo. And off to the annealing oven where it'll be cooled very slowly overnight. So let's have a big hand for the Museum of Glass Hot Shop team, Sarah Gilbert, Ben Cobb, and Nick Davis. Has anybody got any questions? Thanks on their behalf. Glass doesn't have a melting temperature. Glass just kind of gets softer and softer the hotter you get it. It's not like ice. Ice has a specific temperature at which it melts. Glass doesn't do that. No. That's a myth. Glass doesn't flow at all over at room temperature. The the thing that leads people to believe that is when old-fashioned windows were made, the glass was made by hand, and so it was thicker in some sections and thinner in other sections. And when they cut panes out, if you have a pane that's thick on one side and thin on the other side, common sense says put the thick side down, don't balance it on the thin side. So those windows were like that when they were brand new. So we have some excellent exhibits going on. We have our field notes exhibit, where we see how artists in glass address nature. There's all sorts of fantastic things. And we have our Out of the Vault exhibit, where we feature glass from our permanent collections. We have a exhibit of Chihuly glass, which is always very popular. And there's an exhibit of drawings as well by me, Walter Lieber. Oh, and we have a exhibit of kids design glass, our contest for kids. Could we play the kids design video?
Like art through the ages, glass has always been sort of made by designer and maker. And so to highlight that relationship, we created Kids Design Glass, where kids age 12 and under can make a drawing and submit it to us. We'll make 2 pieces, give one to the family, and we'll keep one to put in our collection and build the exhibition that has been Kids Design Glass.
We get a huge stack of drawings and we sift through them to pick the ones that we can make and the ones that are interesting.
200-300 drawings a month, so we get a stack of drawings.
We go through each one. It's a drawing and a story about the drawing.
Probably the most unique drawings are the ones that really stick out. The ones that aren't like based on a character that they've already seen. The ones that come straight from their imagination.
Usually kids by that age are not really tainted by like pop culture and outside influences. They kind of like what they like.
My original idea for the rainbow marshmallow, when the marshmallow melts, what comes out are their tears. And this one cries rainbows, like the inside is all rainbow. It was the first time that I was like kind of made contact into like the glass blowing world, and what was really fun about it was knowing that a piece that I've come up with that is like part of my self-expression was like interesting enough for others to like incorporate it into the real world.
Being in a creative environment, I think that builds self-esteem, and the fact that they're going to have this thing that they're going to have the rest of their lives of something that they had as a child, and then knowing that they're actually like in a museum collection, which is pretty incredible when you're under 12 years old.
If any other kids are entering the program, then I'd say I really hope that your art gets chosen. It is really mesmerizing to see the details being put on. I was just very happy that the Hot Shop team actually chose my art. Who knows, maybe if you're timing it just right, you could actually get up there when your art is like being displayed up there.
For 20 years, we've made some wild things. It's so free, and I would say loose, but what we really pay attention to is making sure that we're capturing all the details.
There's so many challenges in making the kids design drawings, and I think that's something that maybe the average viewer wouldn't notice.
A lot of these objects are very fragile and are just different than any of the other glass I usually work on.
The way the kids draw them, they just have no idea of what, glass can do, so they just draw it however their mind imagines this object.
We're talking with them, making sure that we're seeing the color the same way, making sure that, the eyes are on one side or are they supposed to be on both sides.
Appendages and weird helmets, they're all great challenges and things that we wouldn't necessarily run into without this program. I think it's inspiring for us as glassmakers, and I hope it's inspiring for the kids doing the drawings. I hope the kids kind of see that their creativity is this muscle that they need to exercise.
One of the best parts about the program is seeing the kid in the front row giving us tips on how we can make it better or things they don't like that we're doing. They have a voice here.
I designed the lion crab in 2011. Just recently, we went back to the museum, and seeing my piece on display at the museum was just incredible.
I mean, we have times where people come in the crowd and some young adult, you know, in their 20s or early 30s, is like, hey, you made my kids design glass, and they bring out their phone and show us a picture, and it's them like 10 years old, and you know, it's to see the impact that we've made. I think every single one is special. Yeah.
If you just came in, we have two things going on here today. Over on the workbench on the right, we have our hands-on workshop where our visitors get to try glass blowing. We do it by appointment. The young people that you see assisting our visitors are from the Hilltop Artists Program in the Tacoma Public Schools, where they're learning glass blowing themselves, and they're walking our visitors through making a simple object. It's really fun. It's a very different experience. Unfortunately, we're full up for today. We've made all the appointments, but you can go to the ticket desk and sign up for an appointment in the future. In the center, we have our Museum of Glass Hot Shop team of professional glass blowers, and led by Sarah Gilbert. Sarah is the woman sitting at the center bench working the glass right now. And we're making vases similar to the ones that you see on the pedestals. We're making them in two parts. We're making a clear bubble that's kind of bubbly clear glass, and a bubble of colored glass, and we're joining the two together. We're making the colored bubble over on the far left. That's Ben Cobb, tall guy in the light gray shirt. The top part is being made by Sarah Gilbert in the center. And once we get these things all squared away, we're going to join the two parts together. Sarah's going to stretch that bubble out a little bit. And we're going to cut off the end of that bubble, leave a little hole. And that hole is where we're going to attach the colored bubble. Can we put up the Encalmo drawing? So this is what we call Encalmo when we join two bubbles of different colors or patterns. So we take the two bubbles and we open them up to the same diameter, heat up the edges so they're soft and sticky, and then press the two together, and we get a two-tone bubble like you see in these vases. So in the center, Sarah's made a little knob. I'm going to bust off that little knob. We'll get it, that'll give us our hole at the end of the bubble. Does anybody have any questions? Questions are free, no extra charge. The artists assisting our visitors at our Try It workshop are from the Hilltop Artist Program in the Tacoma Public Schools. This program has been going on for, I don't think, maybe 27, 28 years. You can start learning glass blowing in middle school in the Tacoma Public Schools. That's pretty unique. We often take young artists from that program as interns here. And we also hire them to do our hands-on workshop. They're very good and very patient with our visitors and make the whole thing a fun experience. So now you can see Sarah has widened that opening. And over on the bench on the far left, Ben will do the same thing with his bubble. He'll open that opening on his bubble to the same diameter, and we'll stick the two together. Here comes Ben with the colored bubble. Stick the two together. Hot glass sticks to hot glass. We'll blow into the steel tube a little bit. Make sure we have a nice good seal. And then we'll break the glass away from Ben's pipe. So now you notice there's one of the glass blowers is seated to the left of the workbench in the center. That's Nick Davis. He's the guy that's going to be blowing. He's going to blow through that steel tube, the blowpipe, and inflate the glass as Sarah, sitting at the workbench, shapes it. Sarah Gilbert is leading our team of glassblowers today. We always have one central glassblower leading the team, and they're called the gaffer, Gaffer. So our gaffer today is Sarah Gilbert. Hi, how are you guys? You guys have any questions?
Is the glass she has on there just pure clear glass at this point? Or
No, it's two bubbles, one with the bubbly texture and one with transparent color. So it's a two-tone bubble.
she's already like gathered up the color into that, into the what she's got on the blow tube?
We made two bubbles separately. We made. Can we put up the Incalmo drawing? See, we get you a picture. Can we put up the Incalmo drawing? So we make two separate bubbles. One with color we made on this bench here. One with the bubbles in it we made by dipping the bubble in baking soda and water. That makes the glass bubbly. And then we join the two bubbles together. Hi, how are you guys? Oh, good. Do you guys have any questions? Do you have any questions? Okay. Thank you, Chris. Sarah is squeezing the glass with a tool called the jacks and making a sharp crease in it. That sharp crease is the place where we'll be able to break the glass away from the metal pipe once we're done shaping. As Sarah works the glass, her assistant holds a wooden paddle in front of her arm to shield her from the heat. Have any questions?
Wait, is this going to be a vase like this?
Exactly.
So like at the end, she'll form it into like more of a cylinder because like right now it looks like a
Right, yes. We're shaping the bubble right now. Then we'll attach it with other rods at the bottom, break it off the pipe she has, widen the opening at the top. Sarah's leaning on the side of the bubble with the jacks. Make the side straight. She's squeezing the glass at the bottom to make that little base, that little receding base. Now we're holding a wooden paddle against the bottom. Now they're protecting Sarah's arm as she shapes it. We have two ways in which we heat up the glass. Sometimes we heat it up in the big round ovens with the doors open, the glory holes. Sometimes we heat it up with torches, like we're doing now. When we heat it up with the torch, we can focus the heat in a particular place. We can make just that part of the glass extra hot and soft, and we can shape the part we're torching without disturbing the rest of the shape. Now we're holding a wooden paddle across the base to make it nice and flat so it sits nicely on the table. Periodically, you'll see one of the glass blowers grab a torch and heat up the glass that's wrapped around the end of the metal pipe. That glass is fragile. If it's allowed to get too cold, it can crack, and then the whole thing will fall on the floor. When I say too cold, I mean below 900 degrees. question. Let's see. Sarah, leading our team, has about 25 years. Ben, tall guy in light gray shirt, a little over 30. Nick, seated to the left, we're about 25. These guys are world-class professional glass blowers. Don't let their youthful good looks and casual dress fool you. Yeah, not on a day like today, it's not too bad. It's very dependent on the weather. In the middle of the summer, we can get, up over 100 in here, but today it's kind of cool and cozy. Oh yeah, there's a whole section of the shop that's just works from our museum glass blowers. So the next thing we're going to do is transfer the glass from the rod it's on now, the blowpipe, to a second steel rod called the punty, P-U-N-T-Y. The punty will hold the vase from the bottom while we shape the top. Nick, over on the right, is preparing the punty. Nick, the man with the shaved head. Nick Davis. He's going to bring it to Sarah, sitting at the bench, and she's going to attach the punty to our vase. Round ones with the doors open are 2,300 degrees Fahrenheit. The ones with the doors closed, where we keep the molten glass, those are 2,100. Natural gas. So now the glass is held from the bottom. The top is exposed. The top now can be heated and shaped. Sarah's going to open that little hole in the top a little bit. And we're going to apply a little decorative stripe called a lip wrap, L-I-P-W-R-A-P. So this stripe that you see here, that's the lip wrap. So over on the left, Ben, tall guy in light gray shirt, is preparing the glass for the lip wrap. He's going to bring it to Sarah at the center workbench, and she's going to wind on a little stripe. We apply it when the opening is small, and then we'll widen the opening, and it'll look nice and clean and crisp. Here comes Ben with the glass for the lip wrap. And Sarah will just wind on that little stripe. So now Sarah's using a tool called the jacks and winding the opening. We're going to blow a little air into the front end, make the shape a little fuller and rounder. The round oven that we're heating up the glass in is called the Glory Hole. It runs on natural gas and forced air. And we keep it at approximately 2,300 degrees Fahrenheit, which is 1250 Celsius. Now Sarah in the center is widening the opening by pressing on the inside with a pair of jacks, those big metal tongs. We're holding a wooden paddle across the front to make sure the front is nice and straight. We're getting pretty close to being done. Everything that we make has to be cooled slowly or it'll break. The slow cooling process is called annealing. We put the glass in an electric oven called an annealer. We keep it at a constant temperature all day long. We place everything we make during the day in there, and then at night, the oven has a little computerized thermostat that slowly turns the temperature down to room temperature. If we didn't do that, if we just put this glass on the table and let it cool on its own, it would cool too quickly and unevenly, and it would crack. Now the shape is complete. We're going to take it off the metal rod and place it in the annealing oven. We have 4 annealing ovens. In this case, we're going to use this one right here. You can see Nick is putting on some protective clothing. He's going to carry the finished vase to our annealing oven. The yellow gloves that he's wearing are made out of Kevlar. Kevlar is a fire-resistant insulating material. We no longer use any kind of asbestos here. In the old days, those gloves would have been used, probably made out of asbestos, but we don't do that anymore. In order to get the glass off the metal rod, we're going to take a pair of tweezers, dip them in water. We're going to drip a little water on the joint between the vase and the metal rod. The water will crack that joint, and just a light tap will release it. We're going to take a torch and melt the little spot where we broke it off so it's not sharp. And then we'll take a metal stamp and stamp the museum logo into the bottom. And off to the annealer, where it'll be cooled very slowly overnight. So let's have a hand for the Museum of Glass Hot Shop team, Sarah Gilbert, Ben Cobb, and Nick Davis. Has anybody got any questions? How do we get the bubbles in the glass? Could we put up the soda, the baking soda drawing? See if we can get a picture for you. So when the bubble is still small, we dip it into a solution of baking soda and water. The white bucket that you see to the right of center, that's the baking soda and water. We dip it in just real quick. The water evaporates. It leaves a coating of baking soda on the surface. And then when we dip the bubble into the molten glass again, the baking soda gases up and makes the bubbles. You can see a diagram up on the big screen. If you're here with kids, we have a special contest for kids 12 and younger. Any kid who visits the museum, 12 and younger, can do a drawing. Once a month, we pick one of the drawings and make whatever the kid drew out of glass. We make 2 copies, one for the kid to keep and one for the museum collection. It's free to enter. There's a table out in the lobby with drawing materials and entry forms. And just go there. Doesn't cost anything. Do the drawing, put it in the box, fill out the entry form so we know how to contact you. And if we select your drawing, you can invite you down. We'll tell you when we're going to make it. And you bring the whole family, and we'll make it right in front of you. Thanks for coming in, guys. Appreciate it. So we're going to make 2 bubbles to make these vases. One bubble we're coating with colored glass. The other bubble we're going to dip in baking soda to make the bubbly texture. We'll be making the bubbly bubble at the center workbench. We'll make the colored bubble at the workbench on the far left. Can we put up the Encalmo drawing? So we're going to make our 2 different bubbles. We're going to open them to the same diameter and then stick them together. And we'll get a 2-tone bubble to make the vases like you see here on the pedestal. Yeah, it's a little workshop where our visitors get to try glass blowing. You sign up by appointment, and the young artists from the Hilltop Artist Program in the Tacoma Public Schools walk you through making a simple object. Yeah, it's really fun. Unfortunately, we're all booked up for today, but if you want to make an appointment for another day, you can do that at the ticket desk in the middle of the lobby. Yeah, so you get to make your own little object, and you get to keep it, and you get to have the experience. It's really fun. I highly recommend it if you've never tried glass blowing. I was a professional glass blower for about 10 years. Nope. This is a super deluxe shop. This is about as fancy as it gets. We have 2,000-pound tanks of glass. Individual glass blower might have one 200-pound tank. And we have all sorts of gadgets and tools and molds and all sorts of stuff, so you can make pretty much anything here in our shop. We have guest artists come in from all over the world, from Italy, Sweden, Japan. And so we invite different artists to come in and work with our team. So you can see all sorts of different approaches to glass making. Nope. Today it's the hands-on workshop on that bench, and then our resident team of glassblowers working on the center bench and the bench on the left. We have 5 core members of our glassblowing team, and then maybe 5 part-timers. We usually work in a team of 3. So today we have Sarah Gilbert, Ben Cobb, and Nick Davis working. And that's pretty much our standard team. Over on the left, we're about to do what's called a color overlay. Nick, standing up, is heating up a bar of colored glass. Ben, sitting down, has a bubble of clear glass. We're going to drop the colored glass onto the clear bubble. Then we're going to smear that colored glass till it entirely coats the original bubble. And that bubble that Ben is making, that will be this section of the vase. Sarah is making the clear bubble with the bubbly glass at the center workbench. Sarah is shaping the glass using a tool called the block. Sarah's going over to our solution of baking soda and water. She dips the bubble in quickly. The water evaporates and leaves a coating of baking soda on the surface of the glass. And then when we immerse it in our molten glass again, the baking soda bubbles up and gives us that bubbly texture. Now Sarah in the center is shaping the glass. The gray pad in her hand is just folded up newspaper, ordinary newspaper, soaked in water. As long as the newspaper is wet, the paper doesn't burn too much, and it doesn't leave any marks as she shapes the glass. Does anybody have any questions? Why is the building shaped like this? Is that your question? Yeah. There's 3 reasons why the building is shaped like this. The first reason, the most important one, is it looks really cool. The second reason is the building is designed to act like a giant chimney. The whole building acts as a chimney, so there's a natural updraft to take the heat and smoke away from the furnaces, just like a chimney in your house. The third reason is historical. Along this waterway, before the museum was here, there were a number of sawmills. The sawmills had cone-shaped metal outbuildings where they burned the waste wood from the sawmills for power. When the architect saw old pictures of this waterway, he saw pictures of those buildings, and then that's what gave him the idea to make the building in this shape. You can see one of the old buildings up on the big screen. Sarah's going to bust off that little knob, and it's going to give us a little hole at the end of that bubble. Ooh, 1,600 degrees probably. So Sarah's going to heat that up, and she's going to take a tool called a Jax, and she's going to widen that opening just a little bit. And we're going to take the bubble that Ben is preparing on the left, and we're going to join the two bubbles together. Can we put up the Encalmo drawing? So if you look up on the big screen, we have a little diagram. You see we take the two bubbles, we open them up to the same diameter, heat the edges so they're soft and sticky, and then press the two bubbles together, and we'll have one bubble with a two-tone look. So over on the left, Ben has the colored bubble. Ben is the tall guy in the light gray shirt. And he's opening up his bubble to the same diameter that Sarah's opening her bubble. And then we're going to join the two together. Hi, how are you guys? Good. You guys have any questions? Oh, he hasn't been here in a dozen years. How many? A dozen. This is not a Chihuly place. He's an artist we admire a great deal, but he's not really part of this museum. No. Yes, it's a generalized glass museum, and we have some of his work in the exhibit from time to time, but he's got his own studio in Seattle. Okay. He is from Tacoma, grew up here, but he lives in Seattle and has a studio in Seattle where he works. And there's also a Chihuly Museum. Yeah, but that's not his studio. No, his studio is called the Boathouse. Are you familiar with Seattle? Okay, there you go. So it's on underneath the University Bridge. It's where they used to make racing skulls, George Pocock racing skulls, and Chihuly took it over, I don't know, in the 80s, and now that's his studio. It's a private studio, and has a museum also underneath the space.
So you can tour that.
No. Well, you can tour the museum, but not
Not
the
his studio.
private studio.
I see. How old is he now?
84?
And he's still working.
Yeah, I mean, he designs the work.
Right.
He doesn't make it himself. He has a team like this that makes his designs. In late 70s, he got into a car accident and lost one of his eyes. And so he doesn't have the depth perception anymore to do this kind of work.
So it wasn't an accident with his firing and working? Like I
Nothing to
thought
do with glass at all.
Glass. Okay.
Car accident
Car accident.
in England. He was in England.
What?
It was a car accident. He was in England, not here in the United States.
For a minute I thought, well, maybe you were Chihuly.
Oh, no.
Oh, we're gonna meet him.
I checked my bank account balance this morning, and I'm not sure.
Yeah. Wait a minute. I saw a glass blower once who only had one hand. He had like an elbow with a stump. And he was amazing that he could do this work.
That's cool.
It was really neat, yeah. He was a Vietnam vet.
We have a special class here for military personnel, a glass blowing class, and we work with the Wounded Warriors Battalion of the JBLM, Joint, I don't know what Joint, I don't know what it stands for, Joint Base, blah, blah, blah. Anyway, yeah, so we get kind of a little, like a vocational rehabilitation class where we work with the wounded soldiers.
Maybe that's what he did. I'm from Ohio, but maybe he did something like
we have various wounded soldiers that we work with.
That's really great. Sounds like you've been here a while. Have you been here a long time?
Too long.
Here
too long.
You know your stuff. Thank you.
So now Sarah is shaping the bubble using a pad of wet newspaper. Just everyday ordinary newspaper, folded up and soaked in water. Can we put up the newspaper photo? So if you look up there, there's on the bottom is a brand new newspaper all folded up, and sitting on top of it is one that's been used for a little while. It turns out to be one of our most important tools here. It shapes the glass very nicely without leaving any marks. For each project, we have one lead glass blower who directs the team. Today, it's Sarah Gilbert, the woman at the center of the workshop. She's called the Gaffer, Gaffer. And all the other glass blowers from our team are assisting her. They were all very skilled glass blowers in their own right. And on another day, another one of the glass blowers might be leading the team. Does anybody have any questions? Now, Sarah is squeezing the glass with a tool called the jacks and making a sharp crease in it. That crease is the place where we'll be able to break the glass away from the metal pipe once we're done shaping. You'll notice that one of the glass blowers is seated to the left of the workbench. He's the person that's blowing. He's blowing through that steel tube and inflating the glass as Sarah, sitting at the bench, shapes.
Palaces of Montezuma, the gardens of Akbar's tomb, I give to you. The spider goddess, the needle boy, the slave dwarves that they employ, I give to you. Custard-colored super dream of Ollie McGraw and Steve McQueen, I give to you. Come on, baby, get me out of the cold. And give me your precious love for me to hold. Come on, baby, get me out of the cold. And give me your precious love for me to hold. The Epic of Gilgamesh, a pretty little black A-line dress, I'll buy it for you. The spinal cord of JFK wrapped in Marilyn Monroe's negligee, I'll give to you. I want nothing in return, just the softest, little breathless word I ask of you. A word contained in a grain of sand, can never can even stand, I ask of you. Come on, baby, get me out of the cold. And give me
Next part of this process is to transfer the vase from the rod it's on now, the blowpipe, to a second steel rod called the punty, P-U-N-T-Y. The punty will hold the vase from the bottom while we shape the top. Nick, the man with the shaved head to the right of center, is preparing the punty. He's going to bring it to Sarah. Sarah will attach the punty to the bottom of the vase, and then we'll break the vase away from Sarah's pipe. So then it'll be held from the bottom. The top will be exposed. The top can then be heated and shaped. Yeah, that's called the pipe cooler, where we just, when the steel pipe, we reach into the furnace to get the glass out, it gets the metal pipes hot, so we go over to that trough, we lay the pipe in the little trough, and we spray water on it to cool the metal pipe down so it's easier to hold. So we're going to break the glass away from the metal pipe. So now it's held from the bottom. And so we can, this top is exposed. Now this top can be heated and shaped. Does anybody have any questions? So now we're going to add a little decorative stripe to the top of the vase. We call it a lip wrap. That would be the stripes you see here around the edge. Over on the left, Ben is preparing the glass for the lip wrap. He's going to bring it to Sarah at the center workbench, and she's going to wind on a little stripe around the opening. Here it goes. So now Sarah's using a tool called the jacks and widening the opening. You heat the glass up, make it soft, and then she presses against the inside as we turn the pipe, and it spreads that opening out, makes it wider. Sarah's widening the opening again. Hi, how are you? Good. Do you have any questions?
I just got here, just soaking it in.
Okay. So Sarah's widening the opening as Nick, standing up, holds a wooden paddle across the front to keep that nice and straight. We're pretty close to being done. Everything that we make here has to be cooled slowly or it'll break. So we're going to take it off the metal rod. We're going to place it in an oven called the annealer, where it'll be cooled very slowly overnight. If you look to the left, you'll see Nick putting on some protective clothing. He's going to carry the finished vase to our annealing oven. In order to get the vase off the metal rod, Sarah's going to take her tweezers, dip them in water. She's going to drip a little water on the joint between the metal rod and the vase itself. The water will crack that joint, and then just a light tap will release it. Here she goes. She drips the water off those tweezers onto that joint. Give it a little tap, off it comes. We'll soften a spot on the base of the vase with that torch, and then we're going to stamp it with the museum logo. Nick will grab it, take it over to our annealer. And where it'll be cooled very slowly overnight. So let's have a hand for the Museum of Glass Hot Shop team, Sarah Gilbert, Ben Cobb, and Nick Davis. So that concludes our demonstrations for this morning. We're going to take an hour lunch. If anybody has any questions before I go to lunch, I'd be happy to answer them. Thanks for coming in, guys. So we'll be back in an hour.
I'll be back. Thanks. Are these
Hi, everybody. Welcome to the Museum of Glass. Today, we're going to have our resident team of glass blowers working. They're highly skilled. They're employees of the museum. Each of them has been working at least 25 years in glass. We're going to be making these type of vases that you see here on the pedestals. We're going to make them in two parts. We're going to make the clear bubbly part as one bubble. We're going to make the colored part as a second bubble, and then we're going to join the two together. Just to get you started, I'll give you just a quick introduction to how glass blowing works. Everything that we do here starts out in our glass furnaces. The glass furnaces are the machines where you see the doors closed. There's two of them, one on each side of the studio. In each of the furnaces, there's a big ceramic pot, and in that ceramic pot is 1,000 pounds of melted glass. We keep the melted glass at 2,100 degrees Fahrenheit, which is 1150 Celsius. And at that temperature, the glass has the consistency of honey. So if you can imagine a giant crock pot full of honey, that's what our furnace is like. When we want to get the glass out to make stuff, we take one of those steel pipes, those are called blow pipes, and we dip them into the melted glass like you're dipping into a big jar of honey. We dip it in, twirl it around. A little bit of glass sticks to the end of the pipe. The pipe itself is hollow, so when you blow, the ball of glass blows up like a balloon. If you want to make something larger, we dip it in, blow a bubble, let it harden, then we dip it in a second time or a third time, and we just keep building up the glass in layers. Once we get the glass out of the furnace, it only stays soft for a little while. So we do whatever shaping or blowing we can while it's hot and soft, and when it starts to cool and stiffen, we go to the second type of furnace, and those are called glory holes. Glory holes are the round furnaces with the doors open. There's no glass in those. It's just a hot chamber for heating and softening the glass while we're working. If you've ever seen anybody work at a forge, making swords or horseshoes or knives, they take the metal, put it in the fire, soften it, work on it a little bit, put it in the fire, soften it again, work on it a little more. That's basically the same routine you're going to see here. So, Sarah in the black shirt, she's going to be making the bubble for this part. And Ben, tall guy in the light gray shirt, oh, he changed his shirt? He's going to be making the bubble for the bottom half. So the bubble in the bottom half is going to be colored, and the way that we color the glass, we're going to do what's called a color overlay. Ben, sitting at the workbench in the light gray shirt, he's blown a bubble of clear glass. Nick, standing up, he's heated up a bar of colored glass, and we're going to coat the clear bubble with the colored glass. This is called a color overlay. So right now, Ben is just shaping up the color, get it just the way he wants it. Nick's going to heat it up again a little more in the glory hole, and he's going to bring it to Ben, and Ben will coat his bubble with the colored glass. The reason that we work this way is so that we can have any color we want, anytime we want. If we were to fill the furnace with blue glass, we could only make blue things. If we coat each bubble individually, we can make a pink thing, a blue thing, a green thing, whenever we want. So it gives us much more flexibility with the colors. Here we go. We'll drop a blob of the colored glass onto the clear bubble. Snip it off. And then push it back till it entirely coats the original clear bubble. Over on the right, we have our hands-on workshop where our visitors get to try glass blowing. We do it by appointment. And young artists from the Hilltop Artist Program in the Tacoma Public Schools are walking our visitors through making a simple object, I believe a Christmas ornament. So we're all full up today for appointments, but you can go to our front desk and you can sign up for another day if you'd like to try glass blowing. It's really fun. The people from Hilltop do a great job, so I think you'll enjoy it. So now Sarah Gilbert, is going over to our furnace to the right of center and dipping her pipe into the big tank of molten glass. Each time we dip the bubble in there and coat it, it's called taking a gather, G-A-T-H-E-R. Sarah's going to shape the glass using a tool called the block. The tool is made out of wood. It's stored in a bucket of water. As long as the wood is wet, the tool doesn't burn. It doesn't leave any marks as she shapes the glass. Has anybody got any questions so far? We want Sarah's glass to be bubbly. So we're going to dip the bubble into a solution of baking soda and water. Just dip it in there really quick. You'll hear a little sizzle. And the water will evaporate. It'll leave a coating of baking soda on the surface. And then when she dips it back into the furnace, that baking soda will gas up and make our bubbly texture. Can we put up, here we go. So into that white bucket full of baking soda and water. And then into our furnace. And when she comes out, that bubble will have a nice bubbly texture. If you look up on the screen, we have a little diagram. Explains how that happens. Glory hole. The furnace is 2100 degrees. The glory hole is about 2300. If you think about the furnace, it's on simmer like a pot of soup on your stove. It's sort of just hot enough to keep it hot and good. And the glory hole is a little bit hotter so that we can heat things up quickly while we're working. Well, two things. What keeps it from falling off the stick? The ends of those pipes are tapered, so the glass is around that taper, so it can't come off. And also, hot glass sticks to hot steel, so before we dip the pipe into the molten glass, we heat up the tip of the pipe, and the hot glass sticks to it. Guys have any questions? Oh, well, I'm here till 5, so. All sorts of things. Today we're making stuff for our store, but we have guest artists come in and work here, and they take the glass they make home with them. We do commissions, we do stuff purely for demonstration, all sorts of different things. So now Sarah's going to cut off the end of that bubble, and it's going to make a little hole. So we're going to give the end of the bubble a little whack. It's being a little reluctant. There we go. So could we put up the Encalmo drawing? So we're making two bubbles. Sarah's bubble is this part. Ben on the far left bench is this part. I'm going to take the two bubbles and join them together. When we join two hollow bubbles together of different patterns or colors, it's called Encalmo, I-N-C-A-L-M-O. So we'll take the two bubbles and open their ends to the same diameter, heat them up so the edges are hot and sticky, and we press them together, they'll join forever. Thank you, Chris. Sarah's, we're going to widen that opening a little bit. The tool in Sarah's hand is called the jacks. She's checking the diameter. So now Ben's coming over with the second bubble. That's going to form the bottom half of this vase. You stuck the two together. We want to make sure that there's a good seal between the two because we're going to blow air into it. And we'll drip the water on it. Give the pipe a tap, and off it comes. You notice that one of the glass blowers is seated to the left of the center workbench. He's the guy that's blowing. He's blowing through that steel tube and inflating the glass as Sarah, sitting at the bench, shapes it. Not even warm. No, it's perfectly room temperature where you put your mouth on it. gray pad in Sarah's hand is just folded up ordinary newspaper soaked in water. As long as the newspaper is wet, the paper doesn't burn too much, and it doesn't leave any marks as she uses it to shape the glass. Do you guys have any questions? In what? Oh, this? It's called a pipe cooler. When we reach into the furnace to get the glass out, it makes the steel pipe hot. So we just lay it in that trough and we spray water on it. That cools the steel pipe down, makes it easier to hold. Yeah. You can't. Yes. Mm-hmm. Yep. So Sarah's squeezing the glass and making a sharp crease in it. That crease is the place where we'll be able to break the glass away from the metal pipe once we're done shaping. The tool is called the jacks, and making that crease is called jacking it down. The torches allow us to focus the heat in a particular place. When we put it in the big round oven, it kind of heats it up generally. If we need the heat in a particular place, we use the torch. So now Sarah's taking the jacks and forming the little base. You You can see all these things, they taper down. We have a little base on the bottom. Natural gas and forced air. Sure. We have guest artists come from all over the world. These are our resident team of glassblowers. They work for the museum. But today we have no guests, but on other, about 30, we have about 30 guest artists come each year. There's none here today, but our team is excellent glass blowers, so you're not missing anything. Yeah. Do you guys back there have any questions? Do they ever get hurt? Not really. Sorry to say. Sometimes we'll get little burns or cuts like you might if you worked in a kitchen. So little annoying things, not medical things. So we've been using 2 torches on that. We torch in the very bottom where we want to make it soft so we can shape it. We're also torching the glass that's wrapped around the end of the steel pipe. That glass is fragile. As long as it's hot, everything's okay. If it starts to get too cold, that glass can crack and the glass will fall on the floor. Does what happen? Oh, hardly ever with these guys. They're professionals. It's the kind of thing you'd probably see in a beginner's class. The furnaces are on 24/7. The glory holes are only on during the working day. We turn them on an hour before we start, and we shut them at 5 when we quit. The next part of this process is to transfer the glass from the rod it's on now, the blowpipe, to a second steel rod called the punty. The second steel rod will hold the vase from the bottom while we shape the top. So right now, the top is attached to the pipe there. We're going to grab it from the bottom, and then this part will be exposed, and this part can be heated and shaped. Now we're going to attach the punty, the second steel rod. When Sarah feels that's centered, she'll take her tweezers, dip them in water, drip a little water into the notch we created earlier. The water will crack that notch, and then a light tap will release it. So there's the water. There's the tap. So now the vase is held from underneath. Now we can deal with this part up here. You know about our contest for kids?
No.
Any kid 12 and under, I'm guessing?
No, we're all 15, 15,
Oh.
17.
Oh, okay. Oh, well.
16, sorry.
Never mind.
Yeah.
Welcome.
We should have had her do one of the
Actually, the way that we blow glass here, we all learned from Venetian masters. Starting 1979, a number of masters from Venice came here to the Northwest and began teaching the young Americans. And so the way that we blow glass here is almost exactly the way they blow glass in Venice, because we learned from Venetian masters. So Sarah's going to open up the top of that vase just a little bit, and we're going to add a decorative stripe. We call this a lip wrap, Lipwrap, and this is a very classic Italian style decoration. So Ben on the far left is preparing the glass for the lip wrap. He's going to bring it to Sarah at the center, and Sarah's going to wind on a little stripe right around the rim. Sarah's going to widen the opening. We're going to blow some air into the front end to make the shape fuller and rounder. As Sarah widens the top of the vase, her assistants hold a wooden paddle in front of her arm to shield her from the heat. We're getting pretty close to being done. Everything that we make here has to be cooled slowly or it'll break. The slow cooling process is called annealing. We place all the glass we make into one of these electric ovens. We hold it at a constant temperature. And then at night, it has a little computerized thermostat that slowly turns the temperature down to room temperature. If we didn't do that, if we just put it on the table and let it cool on its own, it would cool in 20 or 30 minutes, but it would shatter. We generally run it about 16 hours. So we start the process at 5 o'clock, and the middle of the next morning, it's cool. So Nick has put on some protective clothing. He's going to carry the finished vase to our annealing oven, where it'll be cooled slowly overnight. The gloves that he's wearing are Kevlar. When he grabs that vase, it'll be about 1,000 degrees. At that temperature, the glass will be hard. And we'll put it in the annealer and cool it very slowly overnight. We'll soften a spot on the base and stamp it with the museum logo and into our annealing oven to cool slowly overnight. Let's have a big hand for the Museum of Glass Hot Shop team, Sarah Gilbert, Nick Davis, and Ben Cobb. Has anybody got any questions? Not really. I mean, working glass you can do a limited number of things by yourself, but it's very limiting. I would compare it to the one-man band where the guy has the drums on his stomach and the cymbals on his head. That's blowing glass by yourself. Oh, you're welcome. Thanks for coming in, guys. So we're making some more of these vases that you see here. We're going to make two bubbles, one colored bubble and one clear bubble with a bubbly texture. We're going to join the two together and then make the shape of the vase. So we're making the colored bubble on this bench over here, and we're going to do what's called a color overlay. We're going to blow a bubble of clear glass, we're going to heat up a bar of colored glass, and then we're going to coat that clear bubble with the colored glass. We have a little video. We'll show you how we do that. Can we play color overlay?
The color in glass comes from adding various materials to the mixture of raw ingredients called batch. Most of the colorants are compounds containing some kind of metal. For example, adding cobalt to clear glass creates a deep blue. Tin and antimony can be used to create white glass, and gold chloride can produce a rich red or pink colored glass. Colored glass is melted in furnaces, just like clear glass, and then is usually rolled into bars for storage and easy application. In order to apply color bar to a bubble, we first need to preheat the color to approximately 950 or 1000 degrees Fahrenheit in a color oven or garage. Once warm, the color is then picked up on the end of a punty rod using a little bit of clear glass as a support. The color is then heated in the 2300 degree glory hole to soften it and make it malleable, while another artist creates a small bubble of clear glass on a blowpipe. Once warm, the color is dropped over the clear bubble, and then using a variety of hand tools or the steel marver, the color is rolled back over the clear in an even layer. This process is called dropping color, or creating a color overlay. Depending on the project, that bubble is then usually gathered over with clear glass and blown into the final form. The finished product may appear to be all made from colored glass, but when viewed in cross-section, we can see that there is only a thin layer of color sandwiched between many layers of clear glass.
So in the center, Sarah Gilbert. She's leading our team today. She's what we call the gaffer. She's the main glass blower of this team. She's blowing a bubble of clear glass. All glass, when it's really hot, looks orange, no matter what color it is. The orange glow that you're seeing is the glow from the heat, not the color of the glass. Sarah's going over to our furnace. Behind that door, there's a big ceramic tank. In that ceramic tank is 1,000 pounds of melted glass. Can we put up the glass furnace diagram? So each of those furnaces contains about 1,000 pounds of melted glass. We keep it at approximately 2,100 degrees Fahrenheit, which is 1150 Celsius. Now, for the top half of this vase, we want to have a bubbly texture in the glass. So if you look at the 5-gallon bucket on the floor, the white bucket, there's a solution of baking soda and water in there. Sarah's going to take her bubble and just dip it in there very quickly. The water will evaporate. It'll leave a coating of baking soda on the surface. And when we dip that back into the molten glass, the baking soda will gas up and make our bubbly texture. Now as Sarah dips the bubble coated in baking soda into molten glass, when she comes out, it'll be all bubbly. So Sarah has knocked off that knob at the end of her bubble. We want the end of that bubble to be open. We're going to do the same thing over on the bench on the left. We take the two open bubbles and we're going to join them together. That's called Incalmo. Can we put up the Incalmo drawing? So we take the two bubbles, open them up to the same diameter, and stick them together. Has anybody got any questions? So we're about to join the two bubbles. Hot glass sticks to hot glass. We'll blow into the pipe. Make sure we have a good seal between the two. And then we'll break, Ben standing up will break away the glass from his pipe. soft stuff.
Oh,
You've seen in the
I
oven.
do know. I do know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's rated for 3,000 degrees.
That's what we need.
Kevlar is really only up to 800.
Yeah, I think we'll just bring it colder when we do the work.
Yeah.
But I think.
You could ask these guys. They have scraps.
Yeah.
That's far better.
That would be good actually.
They probably have. Ask Nick.
Okay, I will.
He's a technician. He has any scraps.
Okay, I will.
No more.
No more burning.
Steak dinner. So Sarah's shaping the bubble on the steel table. The steel table is called the Marver, M-A-R-V-E-R. So now we're going to start to blow it up to its full size and shape. Nick, seated to the left, he's the guy that will be blowing. He'll blow through that steel tube, the blowpipe, and inflate the glass as Sarah shapes it. Hi, how are you guys? Good. You guys have any questions?
So this is like a training or?
Nope. These guys, they work for the museum. This is educational for you.
Okay.
See how glass is made, ask questions.
So they make on a daily basis and they sell it.
Some of it, not all of it.
Okay.
We also have guest artists who come in and they make stuff and they keep their stuff. It's not a business really. If it was a business, it would be a terrible.
Okay. But it's beautiful art, right? It's a nice.
Yeah, it's for art and for education, where people learn about glass. Yeah, so if we were to set this up for money making, it would be very different.
Oh, okay. There's not enough market.
Well, I mean, it's hard to make money out because it's too labor intensive.
Okay.
Requires too much skill. We're just not in that business. I mean, we make unusual things. If money was our main concern, we wouldn't make very elaborate things. We make things that are simple and quick that a lot of people buy, but that wouldn't be so interesting. Sarah's taking the jacks and squeezing down the glass, making a sharp crease in it. That crease is the place where we'll be able to break the glass away from the metal pipe once we're done shaping. Sarah's shaping the glass. Do you have a question? I thought you were raising your. Do you guys have any questions? Okay. I'm here till 5, so. We have 2 ways in which we heat up the glass. Sometimes we heat it up in the big round oven, the glory hole. Sometimes we heat it up with torches. When we use the torches, it enables us to focus the heat in a particular place. We can make the part of the glass that we want to shape hot and soft without ruining the entire shape. we're shaping the base. You notice that Nick, sitting to the left, has his thumb over the end of the pipe. That's called capping. And when you close up the end of the pipe, the air inside heats up and creates a little back pressure, so that when you push on the shape to mold it, it doesn't collapse. It has a little air pressure there that keeps it fully inflated. Next thing we're going to do is transfer the vase from the rod it's on now, the blowpipe, to a second steel rod called the punty, P-U-N-T-Y. Nick, to the right, is making the punty. He's coated the end of that steel rod with a little molten glass. That'll make it sticky. He's going to bring it to Sarah, and Sarah's going to attach it to the bottom, and then we'll break the glass away from Sarah's pipe, and this top will be exposed, and then this top can be heated and shaped. So now the vase is held from the bottom. The top is exposed. The top can now be heated and shaped. Sarah's going to open up the opening at the top a little bit, and we're going to add a little decorative stripe called a lip wrap. That's this stripe you see here. Hi, how are you?
Good, how are you doing?
Good. If you have any questions that you'd like to know.
No, I'm just watching and my wife's doing,
Oh, the tree,
yeah,
the hands-on, great. It's fun. Have you tried it?
no, she just booked it last night.
Okay.
And we're from Canada, so we're out for the day.
Nice.
And or for the weekend, but she booked it last night. And there was
Great.
only one spot left, so this is good though. I'd love to try it one day, but she's always wanted to do this, so.
Oh, great. No, that's great. It's fun. Yeah, it's a challenge.
Yeah, I bet.
But the kids who are helping them are very good.
They seem really good.
They'll make sure you get something nice.
Yeah, they seem really good, yeah.
They're from the local high school program.
Oh, nice.
There's you can learn glass blowing here in Tacoma in the public school.
Wow. It's an amazing setup. I mean, the whole building is.
Oh, it's pretty deluxe. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. How long you been doing this? Were you
50 years.
you were a professor? Or?
Sort of. I lecture on the history of glass. I teach in various places, but I'm also a tour guide here.
Okay. So you get to do what you love.
What?
You get to do what you love, just watch and explain.
I wouldn't say I love it. It's a job. I reserve love for other things. Sarah's using the jacks. Widening the top of that vase, making it nice cylindrical shape. We're getting very close to being done. Everything that we make here has to be cooled slowly or it'll break. So we're going to take it off the metal rod. We'll place it in our annealing oven where it'll be cooled slowly overnight. Almost everything that we make here has to be cooled slowly. So we take it off the metal rod, we place it in an oven called the annealer, where it'll be cooled very slowly overnight. If you look to the left, Nick in the green jacket is putting on some Kevlar gloves. He's going to carry the pipe, the finished vase to the annealer. Sarah will take her tweezers, dip them in water, drip a little water on the joint between the metal rod and the vase itself. The water will crack that joint, and a little tap will release it. We'll take a torch and soften a little spot on the base of the vase and stamp it with the museum logo. And off to our annealing oven, where it'll be cooled very slowly overnight. So let's have a hand for the Museum of Glass Hot Shop team, Sarah Gilbert, Ben Cobb, and Nick Davis.
can you just, and I know I think the result is you're trying to get the bubble, but do you just blow really hard? I mean, see some people puff. Like, what's the idea? Is there an idea?
The way you do it is you blow it and you close it up with your thumb, and the heat and pressure expands the air and should be automatic. It takes a little practice to do that.
Because I noticed that even amongst this group, they kind of applied different things. Like one may have gone a little bit more, and then
We just keep your thumb here. You take the pipe, and as you blow, you bring your thumb down.
Or like
just a quick puff.
Okay, quick puff.
And you hold it, and if you do it right, bubbles should pop out the other end, no problem.
Just from one puff?
Just from one puff. See, these are high school students. They're not yet, super professional glass blowers. But if you watch these guys, our team, you'll see they'll just take it, one puff, boom, bubble pops out the other end.
And it's just, I know this is pedantic, it's just a normal breath? Just a,
Yeah, it's a little bit stronger than normal, I would say.
Okay.
But, it's like you've blown out a candle.
Okay. And you blow for that long? So, I mean...
Well,
no,
it can't be
fair.
you
That's
blow
fair,
until it actually
That's
goes
fair.
out.
Yeah,
But I would compare it to blowing out a candle.
Okay. Interesting. Okay.
So it's not hard.
I noticed there were different...
It's harder than just breathing, but it's not really hard. The trick is people try to do is they try to blow, and then they close their thumb, and they never catch the air in there. So you got to do both at once.
So it doesn't...
So the air doesn't just pop out again.
Okay.
So it takes a little practice. Like when I teach, I teach them to blow. I just get a fairly cold bubble and have them blow into it and release their thumb, and if they hear a little puff, it means they've got it. So if they can make that puff 5 times.
A pop?
Puff.
Oh,
Like you'll hear the, if you just do it like this, blow and just pull your thumb up, you'll hear a little whoosh.
Oh, I see. So,
If you do it wrong, you won't hear any whoosh.
oh, okay. Got it.
So, yeah, that's called capping. Just capping, and that's how we start. Watch these guys when they come out again. Watch Sarah.
Okay.
That's how you do it. She's going to start out double almost immediately.
Thank you.
So watch Sarah. She's going to shape that on the steel table. When she feels like she's got it to the right shape and the right temperature, she's going to blow one little puff, and a bubble will pop out the other end. There's the puff. That's it. Sarah's letting her bubble cool and stiffen. Sarah's the woman in the center of the workbench. It's workshop. Sarah's been blowing glass for 25 years. She graduate of Rochester Institute of Technology. She started here as our technician, maintaining the equipment, doing the welding. Now she's a regular part of our glass blowing team. She's also a very talented engraver. Could we put up some of, oh no, we can't right now. If you just came in, we're making vases like you see here on the pedestal. They're made out of two different bubbles. One is clear with the bubbly texture, the other with color. We're making the colored bubble on the workbench on the far left. We're making the clear bubble with the bubbles in the center. And we're going to open up the ends of those two bubbles and join them together. Sarah just dipped her bubble into the solution of baking soda and water. The water evaporates and the baking soda stays on the surface of the bubble. And when she puts it back into our tank of molten glass, the baking soda bubbles up and we have our bubbly texture that you see in the finished vases. So Nick, seated to the left, is blowing as Sarah shapes the glass. Sarah sitting at the workbench, Nick seated to the left. Sarah's made a little knob at the end of the bubble. We're going to break that off. We'll have a little hole to which we can attach the bubble that Ben is making over on the left. Can we put up the Encalmo drawing? So we're going to join these two bubbles, the one that Ben's making on the left and the one that Sarah's making in the middle. We'll open the ends of the bubbles to the same diameter. We'll get them hot, and we'll stick them together. Thank you, Chris. Here comes Ben with his bubble. And we'll line them up and stick them together. We'll blow a little air in there, make sure that we have a nice seal. And then we'll break the glass away from Ben's pipe. Now we have our two-tone bubble, and we can make that into this shape that you see here. So Nick, seated to the left, is blowing, as Sarah, seated at the workbench, shaping the glass using a pad of wet newspaper. Sarah's squeezing down the glass with the jacks, making a sharp crease in it. That crease is the place we'll be able to break the glass away from the pipe once we're done shaping. So Nick is blowing, and Sarah shapes the glass with the jacks. If you came in a little later, we're making the vases that you see on the pedestals. We've joined two bubbles together, a colored bubble and a clear bubble with a bubbly texture. And we've shaped pretty much the bottom half of it. And we're going to switch it to another rod and shape the top. I'm just a tour guide. Yeah, not as well as they do, but I know how to do it, basically. Yep, these vases. Over on the right, we have a little workshop where we're letting our visitors try glass blowing. And so those are people who never touched glass before, working with some high school age glass students. Here in the center, we have a professional team, and they're making these vases that you see here. We're going to transfer the vase from the rod is originally blown on to a second steel rod called the punty. The second steel rod will hold the vase from the bottom while we shape the top. Sarah's going to take her tweezers, dip them in water, drip a little water where she wants the glass to break, and give the pipe a little tap, and off it'll come. Say that again? Box, stick. I'm not sure what you're referring to. Box, stick. You mean this box here? This? This one? The big black one? Putting that stick in there. Oh, that's the pipe warmer. That's the hot glass sticks to hot steel. It doesn't stick to cold steel. So before we dip the pipes into the molten glass, we have to heat the tips up. So we have a bunch of steel pipes, and there's a flame at the far end, and that gets the tips of the pipes hot so that when we dip it into the molten glass, the glass will stick to it. So we're getting close to being done here in the center. Everything that we make has to be cooled slowly or it'll break. The slow cooling process is called annealing. And when Sarah's got the shape just exactly how she wants it, we'll take the glass off the metal rod. We'll place it in an oven called the annealer, where it'll be cooled slowly overnight. Sitting on the steel table, you can see Nick. He's got his Kevlar gloves on. He's going to carry the finished piece to our annealing oven. Sarah's going to drip some water where she wants it to break away from the metal pipe. The water will crack that joint, and just a light tap will release it. Carry it to our annealing oven, where it'll be cooled very slowly overnight. You guys have any questions? What? Oh, they're for our store, our gift store on the opposite side of the big lobby. Thanks for coming in. We appreciate your interest. So in the center here, Sarah's starting the next vase. She's dipped her pipe into the molten glass. She's shaping it on that steel table. She's going to blow just one little puff of air into the tube, close it up with her thumb, and a little bubble will pop out the other side automatically. Oh, okay. We're getting towards the end of the day. No more of these big vases. We're just going to make some cups. Sarah's going to dip her bubble in the molten glass again, get a little more molten glass on the end of her pipe. So now the man seated to the left is blowing. Ben, seated to the left, is blowing. He's blowing through that steel tube, the blowpipe, and inflating the glass as Sarah, sitting at the bench, shapes it. Put a little water. Oh. So now the cup is held from the bottom. The top is exposed. The top can now be heated and shaped. Sarah's going to stretch out the glass at the very top. And take the shears, trim some of it off. take the cup to the annealer, where it'll be cooled very slowly overnight. Hey, Chris, everybody's gone. If you want to shut it down.